the sixth and final ISU World Cup of this season. 151 participants, representing 26 different countries. Medal ceremonies for each distance and also the awards for the overall World Cup classifications per distance. Today, it's Saturday, March 1st, with the 1,000 meter for women and men, the 3,000 meter women and 5,000 meter men.
The final leg of the 40th World Cup ISU season comes to the mecca of the sport, Theof Ice Arena in Heerenveen, Netherlands, where the title chase reaches the final crescendo. Several World Cup titles remain up for grabs as we race day 2 in the kingdom. We welcome you to World Cup Heerenveen, where the magic happens. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Heerenveen in the Netherlands. Patrick Keenis with you, and there will be thousands and thousands of Dutch and Norwegian and European and global speed skating fans coming to the epicenter of the sports. And they've been waiting for this event all year long. This will be the final stop of the 6 across the World Cup season. And we still have World Cup classification titles to be crowned today and tomorrow. And they are gearing up on the walk into this famed ice arena, and we will see the biggest names in the sport on this very ice here in a matter of moments. This is day 2, and we have 2 events to take care of today. The 1,000 meters for the women and the men, and then this distance races, the 3,000 meter for the women and the 5K for the men. And when you talk about the World Cup titles that are still up for grabs, in the thousands, they have already been secured. Miho Takagi will win the World Cup classification title this year, as will Jordan Stolz of the United States. But the 3,000 for the women, the 5,000 for the men, those World Cup classification titles are still up for grabs and will be determined here today. First day of action took place yesterday, and the third and final day of the World Cup season coming up tomorrow. Then we will see the team pursuits, the second running of the 500 meters, the mass starts, and the mixed relay. Those will all be on day 3, and then a couple of weeks off before the World Championships in Hamar, Norway, in the middle of this new month of March. So look inside the ice arena. We're gearing up right now for the women's 1,000 meter coming up here momentarily. And again, we will see some of the big names, including already the classification champion, Miho Takagi. Takagi has been unbeaten in all the 1,000 meter races on the women's side this year, and even dating back to midway last year. She has won 8 straight 1,000 meters, but she will have all of the challengers at the ready today. If you're with us in Poland last week for the World Cup stop there, a number of the top skaters from Europe, especially from the Netherlands, skipped Poland to rest up, not only for this final event here, but also for the World Championships coming up in a couple of weeks. There are the updated World Cup standings. Miho Takagi has already assured herself of the World Cup classification title. Brittany Bowe, who's been very consistent this year for the U.S., right now second. The teenager, Angel Dallemont of the Dutch. You see 4 Dutch right in a row in 3rd through 6th positions. We'll see Ritma de Jong on the ice this week. She skipped last week. Jutta Leerdam is back on the ice this week. She bypassed the Poland World Cup stop last week as well. So here's the start list for the 10 pairs. The men's 1,000 meter will follow, and then we'll get to the distance races for today, and that will end our day 2 coverage before we take one more night off to get ready for the final day of the World Cup season tomorrow.
whistle from our starter means
We'll see Suzanne Schulting in her final World Cup events of the year. She will not be at the World Championships in a couple of weeks. Didn't qualify through the Dutch National Championships a few weeks ago. So Schulting will be in her final appearances this week into the World Cup season. And there is Takagi. We will see her in pair 9. So thousands are already settled into this unbelievably famed speed skating arena, and ready for the introductions. And there you see some of the stars of the Dutch side. Jutta Leerdam, she'll be in pair number 8. Ritme de Jong in 10. Dalaman will be in the 9th pair. And here we go, pair number 1. Nikola Zratilova from the Czech Republic, who won the 3K B division earlier today. And Yin Kui of China. And an immediate false start. Well, there is a lot of energy, palpable energy inside the facility. A buzz really emanating through this entire venue. There's a ton of focus, a ton of anxiety, and a false start as we open things up in our opening pair. You know, look at the 32-year-old from China who won the B division in the women's 1,000 last week in Poland, so gets an opportunity here as the 30th ranked.
Full start, out the lane, not stable position.
Yeah, the false start on Yin.
Ready.
So away we go in the women's 1,000 meter pair 1, and already the crowd getting beneath these two skaters flying on this tee off ice. And for Zratilova and Yin, they've been operating basically out of the B division all year long. Zratilova, we've seen her win a number of B division races in the 3K, in the 1,000. She finished 6th last week in Poland, but won the B division in Milwaukee. And for Yin, she won the B division in Poland and won the B division in Calgary in the 1,000. So an opportunity to jump into the A group here in the final World Cup events. So we'll check the openers there on the first full lap, 27.9. Zratilova 27.6 for Yin as they open things up here in pair 1. Brittany Bowe of the United States holds the world record, set it 6 years ago at 111.61. The track record, Jutta Leerdam 112.80, set a little more than 2 years back. And coming to the finish, and it will be Zratilova, who's had a busy morning and now early afternoon, 1:15:43. So underway in the women's 1,000 meter. She's had a terrific B division campaign, putting her really on the cusp of getting into the A group, especially looking ahead to next year. A lot of B division high finishes and wins. And there's a look at Nikola, 28-year-old, 2-time Olympian. Sets the early time, 1:15.43. Now on to pair 2. And here's Israel Van Els, 26-year-old from Belgium.
Go to the start.
And Kim Min-sun, 2-time Olympian for the 25-year-old from Korea. World Cup 500-meter champ a couple of years ago. She'll start in the outer.
Ready.
Van Els, dual citizenship of both Belgium and here in the Netherlands. Had a 10th place finish last week in Poland. And Kim Min-sun, she's been basically in the A division here in the 1,000 all year long. Comes in right on the edge of the top 20 in rankings. 21st to be exact. She goes out in 17:78. You can see in the background standing room only, and very few fans are sitting in their seats. They're all standing, especially up against the railing. As Kim navigates that corner, here's the bell. We'll check the full lap time, 27.93 for Kim In-sun. And she's about a third of the second ahead of Dranalova's pace in the opening pair. And the skaters don't need to be of Dutch origin to generate the energy and the applause and the thrill of the fans as Kim crosses in 1:16.40. And she's about a second off of the pace by Nicola Dranalova in the opening pair. So 2 pairs in, and Nicola's 1:15.43 still holding. See a little holdback by Van Elst on that crossover. So now to pair number 3 as Kim will depart the ice. Here's a look at the focus. We were talking about Takagi with the headphones on, getting ready for her big race. Leerden will operate out of pair 8. Yukini Yoshida, who has claimed a couple of 500-meter World Cup golds this year, just 21. She will start in the inner. Ready. Sophie Schultz of Germany. So off we go in pair 3. Been quite a breakthrough year for Yoshida. Her golds in the 500 came pretty early in the season. As a matter of fact, in Nagano and in Beijing. And a 500 running in each of those 2 World Cup stops. She's struggled to really replicate that, but as Femke Kok and Aaron Jackson have rounded back in a very good 500-meter form, she's been shuffled back. And we'll see how she fares here in the 1,000. She comes in ranked 18th. And a great look at Schultz. And they hear the bell. Yoshida on the left, a 28.49 lap. Schultz goes 28.41, both off of the pace set by Dranalova in the opening pair. Ice through the opening day yesterday, fairly quick, but track records really have not been buzzed as of yet. We'll see if that continues here today and tomorrow. And to the finish, it'll be Schultz in 1:17.18. Final 400 meters, barely over 30 seconds, but good for only 4th position through 3 pairs. There's Dranalova, after winning the 3K B division a couple of hours ago. Legs evidently still lathered up and fresh. Your leader through 3 pairs at 1:15.43. And out of pair number 4. Takagi and Dalaman will be in pair 9. And again, Miho has won 8 straight. Britt Young and Brittany Bowe will be in the final pair. It's just Lamarche of Canada. There's a look at the 26-year-old, currently ranked 15th. And Morosova, currently number 17.
Ready.
Fair start. And look at all the orange of the crowd here in the Kingdom. They waited all season long for this big event in Tilf. Lamarche finished 19th last week in Poland. She goes out at 18.14. That matches Dranalova's opening 200 meters. Not much of a draft from Morosova. Will come around this corner in the inner. Lamarche setting the pace in pair 4. We'll check her full lap time, 27.87, and she's put herself in the mix to take the lead here after 4 pairs. Morozova about a second off the pace. Let's look at a nice draft off of Lamarche here. Swing to the outer to finish. We'll see what Lamarche has left. Morozova making a move as Lamarche navigates the last corner. Here she comes. Time to beat is 1:15.43, and she won't get there either. A final lap of almost 30 and a half. So she loses some time in that final lap, and Radulova still in front after 4 pairs. See the agony right there on Lamarche's face crossing the line. Out of pair 5. And Marit Flatters, the first Dutch skater we see on day 2 here in Heerenveen. She will start in the inner. There's a look at Flatters and Karolina Boziak from Poland. 7th place finish for Karolina last week in Poland. These 2 skaters just outside the top 10.
Ready.
Now we'll hear what cheering is all about as we get another false start with our first Dutch skater on the ice on day 2. And the false start goes against Flatters. We'll watch the background. She's looking a little unstable. Couldn't quite hold the position. Magnus Riedsud from Norway, the starter. Marta Witkowski of Poland, our referee for the women's 1,000.
Full start in a lane, not stable position. Go to start. Ready.
Stadium full of thousands, deadly silent after that first false start. Not wanting to do anything that would put Flatters at risk. And here's the first Dutch skater on the ice in day 2, and a rousing ovation. And we'll check her opening 200 meters, 17.82. That'll get a rise out of the fans. Flatters leans into that corner. Boziak on the chase. You can really hear it down that back straight. Here's the bell coming for Flatters and Boziak, and both under the numbers set by Radulova. But this is turning into a match race on the ice. Flatters trying to gain a little bit of a draft, laboring a bit down that back straight. Fighting through it, Boziak. In the outer for Poland, here comes Flatters. Tight down the home straight. Flatters will win the pair and finish in second position. Can't take the lead off of Radulova. 1:15.54, so 11 hundredths off the pace. And the final 400 meters, Cutter. So halfway through the women's 1,000, and Nikola Radulova of the Czech Republic out of pair 1, still your leader. See a little bit of fighting right there by Flatters coming home. Pair 6, Ayano Sato of Japan, and Ryo Yamada also of Japan. There's a look at Sato, Olympic gold medalist in Pyeongchang. And how about Ryo Yamada? Last week, bronze in Poland, her first World Cup medal of her career. Took bronze in the 1,000 behind Takagi and Hanmei.
Ready.
And such a special moment for Yamada, who's been basically operating out of the A division most of the year, but a couple of top 10 finishes, never really sniffed a podium until last week. And great to see her round into form toward the end of this World Cup season. They both go out in 18-17. Perhaps conserving a little bit of speed at the front end to save it for the back. So there's the crossover. Sato in the white armband, Yamada in the red. Radalova's first full lap was 27.93. We'll compare the times, 27.83 for Yamada. And she right now is in front inside the final lap. 4 pairs to go. Suzanne Schulting is on deck for the Dutch. So Yamada will finish in the outer in the red armband. Maintains her balance coming through. We'll check the time. 1:15.43 to beat, and she won't do it either. 1:15.69. So Radalova out of the first pair, still in the lead. So now into the final 4 pairs, and the heavyweights in the women's 1,000 meter are about to take the ice. So there's a look at Ryo Yamada, 4th overall at this stage. And now we'll get another huge roar for Suzanne Schulting, 3-time Olympic champ in short track, as Jordan Stolz and company prepare the men's 1,000 meter on the way. So Suzanne Schulting, she has put together some excellent results in this long track season. Again, short track superstar, dealing with an ankle injury late last season that forced her onto the long track and off of the short track. And Jabierczyk will be her pair mates from Poland starting in the outer.
Ready.
Schulting a couple of silvers last week in the 2 500s in Poland. She has just gotten better and better as the year has gone on. She got on her first podium in Beijing in the 500, taking silver behind Jean-Mic Nogal. So Suzanne Schulting goes out in 17.94. That's the leading time. We've kind of followed her over the last several months, closing in on a World Cup gold. I don't know that this weekend is her time, but she really has made a very great impression in her first long track season. We'll see if she stays in the long track looking ahead to next year and the Olympic campaign. Schulting 27.29 full lap, and she's almost a second in front. Tries to lay down a tough time for Takagi and Leerdam and Brittany Bowe to take down. The draft for Jabierczyk and Suzanne Schulting, who again will not be competing at the World Championships in Hamar in a couple of weeks. This is her final weekend of the season. Can she put down a big enough time to get on the podium to maybe win it? Schulting is your leader, but she closes in 30.15. Look at disappointment on Suzanne's face and her coaching staff, but she's in front by 5 100s, 1:15.38 for Schulting. So the Dutch have Schulting on top with 3 pairs to go. Bajek, a 1:15.64. So there's your leader. 3 pairs left. Suzanne Schulting. And now where the rubber meets the road. Final 3 pairs. Han Mei. Second in the women's 3K earlier today, so she is ready to go. Currently ranked number 3 in the 1,000 meter. And Jutta Leerdam. 2 silvers in the 1,000 this year, but one of the favorites here today. If Takagi stumbles, it could be Leerdam's to steal.
Ready.
Back at the European Championships on this very tee off ice, Leerdam won each of the 1,000 meters at the Euros and claimed the overall championship. So she knows this ice extraordinarily well, has had great success. And Leerdam goes out in 17:83, Hanmei 18:12. And Leerdam and many of the other Dutch stars took last week off. Tight crossover right there between Leerdam and Hanmei. Leerdam feeling the vibe from the arena. So they have been conserving, and they've been, with purpose, skipping Poland to get ready for this weekend right here in the World Championships in 2 weeks. Leerdam, a 26:78 full lap. And she's in charge of this pair, and she's in charge so far of the draw. Takagi and Dalaman in the next pair. The fans loving what they're seeing from Jutta. One of their true sport stars. 1:15:38 is Schulting's time. Leerdam fighting to the finish. And how about that number? 1:14:27 for Jutta Leerdam. And she takes down Schulting's time by over a second. A little head shake by Jutta. I don't think she felt like she squeezed every hundredth of a second out of that final lap. That is the big crossover by Leerdam on the back. Coming home, holding form. And just kind of fighting toward the finish. A little stumble right before the line. Saw the time. Doesn't appear to be too impressed. 2 pairs to go. And we will see the Dutch teenager, Angel Dalaman. 17 years of age. Took bronze in Beijing. She's had a wonderful full season on the senior circuit, but nothing to match what we've seen from Takagi yet again. Invincible in the women's 1,000. She's won 8 straight, including all 5 this year, and already has claimed the world classification title. But Takagi wants one more title. So bronze, or probably silver in the 1,500 meter yesterday. But she'll get a run for her money here from Dalaman, the teenager with nothing to lose. And on home ice, looking to spring the upset. Takagi goes out in 17:79. Dalaman opens in 17:99. Takagi's last loss in the 1,000 meter came to Leerdam in Stavanger last year. But she's won 8 straight. Form has not wavered all year long at this distance, but she is off the pace now by about a half second behind Leerdam. A 27:27 lap for Takagi. And she'll need to find one more gear with one more pair to go. And there's a very nervous Jutta Leerdam. Is she going to bookend defeats of Takagi from last year to this year? Takagi coming down the home straight, 1:14:27, and Takagi won't get it. She's been beaten for the first time in over a year. Leerdam still in charge with one pair to go. Takagi 22 hundredths off, and Jutta Leerdam a little excited. One pair to go. She's in front, and Takagi's 8 World Cup winning streak, the reign is over. And that provides a huge opening of the door for Brittany Bowe and Antoinette Rietma de Jong. They will be opposite in the final pair. And Takagi, for the first time in over a year, will not see her name on top of the table in the women's 1,000. So now Brittany Bowe, the world record holder in the 1,000, 2-time Olympic medalist, bronze in Nagano, silver in Milwaukee in the 1,000, and Rietma de Jong. Currently ranked number 6. She's been on the podium twice this year in the 1,000.
Ready.
Leerdam, the European overall sprint champion. Rietma de Jong, the overall all-round champion at the Europeans this year. And there is Brittany Bowe. Brittany Bowe trying to swipe it away on Dutch ice. A 17:89 opener for Bowe. Can she tap into the fountain of youth to take a World Cup gold here in Heerenveen? She has an opportunity. Takagi will not win it. Leerdam, your leader. Let's check Bowe's full lap time. Bowe's 400 meters, 27:79, matching Rietma de Jong. They're both over a second off the pace. It's looking good for Jutta Leerdam. Rietma de Jong, oh, they have celebrated already? Is that what's happening? Don't shake my hand yet, Jutta says. It's not over. Rietma de Jong will need a superhuman final straight, as will Brittany Bowe. Rietma de Jong, Brittany Bowe, and it will be Jutta Leerdam claiming World Cup gold here in Heerenveen. Rietma de Jong finishing 4th, Bowe 6th, and Jutta Leerdam, who was the last skater to take down Miho Takagi in the women's 1,000 last year in Norway, has done it again about a year and a half later. Takagi will win silver instead. Han Mei, bronze for China. Well, so far it has been a Dutch bounty in Heerenveen. Jenny de Boe claiming the men's 500 yesterday, the first running. Femke Kok took the first edition of the women's 500. And Joy Bona took the women's 1,500. So of the 5 events we've seen so far this week, the Dutch have claimed gold in 4. Now the celebration can begin for Jutta Leerdam. And that is Leerdam's first World Cup gold at any distance this season. It's been a long time coming. Some ups, a couple of downs, but she takes down the 1,000-meter queen, Miho Takagi, by 22 hundredths. There are the final results. Gold to Leerdam, silver Takagi, bronze to Han. The Dutch also finished 4th, 5th, 7th, and 9th inside the top 10. And Dranilova, who led from the opening pair for better than half of the program, an 8th place finish. So the final World Cup classification standings for the women's 1,000-meter, Takagi wins it, both finishing 2nd, and Han Mei a close 3rd. Leerdam, despite that win, will finish 4th in the overall women's 1,000-meter standings. How about Suzanne Schulting finishing 7th? So Takagi saluting the fans with a bow. There is your Heerenveen World Cup champion, Jutta Leerdam. And she will meet the media here momentarily. And now get ready for the World Championships in a couple of weeks in Hamar. Takagi, meanwhile, will debrief. They'll scrub through the videos. Talk strategy, where time was lost. So the women's 1,000-meter is complete. That's our first of 4 events today. Men's 1,000-meter on the way. Jordan Stoltz has already claimed the men's 1,000-meter World Cup classification title yet again. But Jenny de Boe, who knocked off Stoltz yesterday in the 500, they'll try to take him down again here today in the ninth pair. Stoltz will be in the final pair. So the men's skaters getting ready on the ice. So as we get ready for the men's 1,000 meter, we'll remind you of the conditions on the ice and inside the arena. If you weren't with the broadcast yesterday and didn't follow up on the reading, the great recaps put out by the ISU, Kjeld Naus, the world number 2 in the men's 1,000 meter, is scratched out of this men's 1,000 meter. Had an issue yesterday. He was disqualified after he hit an inside marker in the last corner in the 1,500 yesterday. And after he learned of the disqualification, he threw a bit of a fit, kicked a plastic chair, broke the chair, injured his right heel that, according to the ISU recap, required stitches. And so Naus will not race the rest of this weekend. And according to the piece put out by the ISU, it might put Naus's ability to skate at the World Championships in jeopardy. We'll see how the recovery goes over the next couple of weeks. But Naus is not in this 1,000-meter race, and his weekend is done. Tells you about just how meaningful these races are, and the World Cup classifications and the World Cup titles when you get to the end of the season. But that mistake by Naus could be very costly looking ahead. As we get a look at the start list, and there is one glaring omission from that start list. Jordan Stoltz of the United States was scheduled to be in pair 10 opposite of Cooper McLeod. He is not listed on that list. So breaking news here from Heerenveen. It looks like Jordan Stoltz has scratched out of the 1,000. And again, Stoltz has been battling back from strep throat and pneumonia suffered after the Milwaukee World Cup event a few weeks ago. Did compete in Poland last week. Took his first loss in a sprint race in better than a year and finished 5th in the 1,500, silver in the 500 yesterday. We saw him on the ice. We saw him on the recumbent bike warming up a little bit ago, but evidently not feeling up to the event. And there's a look at Jordan Stoltz right now. He's dressed out, saving his energy. And again, he's already claimed the 1,000-meter World Cup classification title. The World Championships are coming up in a couple of weeks. I mean, he looks fine. He's just getting his energy back. He said the technique, feeling good. He's getting his strength back. But again, this is an unnecessary race for him. So he is scratched out, which means we will see one skater here in the opening pair. And this is Finn Sonnekab of Germany, who raced in his first 1,000-meter of the year last week in Poland. He is 17 years old. He won a couple of individual medals at the Junior World Championships. He won the 1,000. He won the 1,500. A Youth World Champion. Came out of the B Division last week in Poland where he finished second. Great opportunity right here for Finn. But a bit of a challenge racing against himself.
Ready.
It's hard to do, right? Little chuckle from the crowd. The teenager commits a false start. That's the easiest decision right there. Which flag do I hang out there? Well, the flag representing the only skater in the race. It goes on Finn.
Full start, outer lane. Go to the start.
And you will hear this arena again become absolutely silent. And ensuring there would be no DQ for Finn Sonnekab. So the 17-year-old, he will turn 18 on Monday. And why not? On a pair one These Dutch fans are going to adopt Finn for the next 1,000 meters. He opens in 16:62. And these speed skating fans in the kingdom, I mean, they know all about the history, not only of their skaters, but all of the skaters. And they know all about the future and the potential of this German teenager. And trying to buoy him on in a lonesome 1,000-meter race in the opening pair here at the final World Cup. And a great opportunity he earned finishing second in the B division last week in Poland to race in the A group. So here comes Finn to applause by the Dutch fans. Finn coming to the finish, personal best of 109.58 and a 109.30 for Finn Sonnekald. Makes it all worthwhile as they see the PB by his name. That's what you want to see. End of the season, a rising teen from Germany, skating by himself in the opening pair and a personal best for Sonnekald. It's not easy to do. Nerves, anxious moments for Finn taking the ice all by himself. Gabo and company from Team Netherlands awaiting. Connor Ho has been moved from the second pair now to the third. So here in pair two, say Matthias Voste from Belgium. He was scheduled to skate opposite Sonnekald. Kanya will skate opposite him here in pair two.
Ready.
And for Vosta, to look at Maracania. Vosta beginning in the inner for Belgium. He's been up and down out of the B division to the A division, back to the B. Finished third last week in Poland in the Bs. That's where he started when the year began. Jumped into the A division in the North American cycles of the World Cups in Calgary and Milwaukee. And had to fight his way back out of the B once again. He comes in ranked number 20, so right on that bubble. Kanya, a 24.87 full lap. Seventh place finish last week in Poland for Marek. And it will be Voste at a 108.27. 300s faster, or probably a second. 0.04 better than Finn. So there's your leader through two pairs. That is a season's best time for Voste. 108.27. Now to pair three, Connor Howe, Canada. And he will skate opposite Zach Stoppelmoor of the United States. These two narrowly inside the top 20 in the classification. Howe ranked 19th.
Ready.
And a false start. Saw Stoppelmoor kind of reset briefly out of that down start position. And a false start is charged against the American. Just a little nudge up and out by Stoppamore. Thumb never left the ice. There's that little hitch right there. Piotr Tokarski of Poland is the starter. Beer Timmerman of the Netherlands is the referee.
Not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start this time for Stoppamore and Howe. A native of Calgary, Stoppamore out of Des Moines, Iowa. Stoppamore 16.71 goes out briskly. And into the final lap, 25 low for Connor Howe on that full lap. He's a 10th clear of Stoppamore. And the draft for Connor Howe. He will conclude on the inner for Canada. Tries to take the lead, 3 pairs deep. So Howe pulling away from Stoppamore, fading, and Howe second best so far. 108.68 for Connor Howe. So, Transvoste, a 108.27, still on top. Howe second. Kanya third. And there is Vosta still hanging out in front. Here, number 4, the German Stefan Emele. 15th last week in Poland. Currently ranked 16th overall at the 1,000 meter. And Ryota Kojima,
Go to the start.
Olympian from Beijing, ranked number 15.
Ready.
A couple of Japanese fans in the crowd ready to support Kojima. One needs to tell the other, hey, wake up, he's on the ice. Kojima finished 4th in the 1,000 in Nagano. Got up to a great start, but he's been backsliding a bit. A couple of other top 10 finishes. Finished 14th in Beijing. Try to cobble it all together here in Heerenveen. 1690, 1697, the openers for Emele and Kojima. Kojima 8th last week in Poland. Off the pace here by about a quarter second of Voste's time. And again, if you're just joining the broadcast, Jordan Stoltz has scratched out of this men's 1,000 meter. He's in the crowd eating some of the delicious foods here in Heerenveen and taking in this event as a spectator. And Kojima 108.92. So Voste still on top. And now the Japanese flag comes out, waving proudly. So 4 pairs in. Voste's 108.27, still on top. The top 6 thus far. To pair number 5, the first Dutch skater in the men's 1,000, Tim Prins, the 21-year-old. 14th is his ranking in the 1,000 this year. He's had a very nice and consistent season. Matched up against Moritz Klein. 11th place finish last week in Poland.
Ready.
False start. And that'll be charged against Klein. Let's watch Klein on the left. Didn't see a whole lot there from Klein. But these starters are eagle-eyed.
Full start outer lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
Well, with no Kjeld Naus due to his heel injury suffered yesterday, 3 Dutch skaters in the men's 1,000. Here's the first of the 3, Tim Prins. We'll see Joop Wennemars a bit later, and then Jenning de Bo will be in pair 9. So an opportunity perhaps for Prins to make a little name for himself here in the final World Cup events of the season. And again, you talk about the depth of the Dutch team. Prins right in that group of the next group up and coming. 21 years old. Prins a 24.81 lap, and he's a half second in front of Voste's time. Trying to maintain tempo, composure. Certainly can hear the crowd screaming in support of him. Prins through the final corner. Trying not to bleed enough time. He's in line to maybe grab the lead here halfway through, and Prins will do just that. He goes sub 108. A 107.98 for Tim Prins. So the Dutch have a leader. And that will knock Voste from the top. Bright future ahead for Tim Prins. There's a look at Voste's reaction as he sees his time undercut. Voste second, Howe third. And now we get to the back half of the draw, pair 6. Tetsu Shinama. And Laurent Dubray of Canada will oppose Tayo here in pair 6.
Go to the start. Ready.
Well, Dubray has been on a nice little run these last few World Cups, particularly in the 500. 2 silvers last week and 2 bronzes in Milwaukee a few weeks ago. Trying to steal a podium spot here in the 1,000. And with no Jordan Stoltz today in the 1,000 and Kjeld Naus out with the heel injury, those are the top 2 ranked 1,000-meter skaters not in this final World Cup event. So it will open up some podium slots for some unexpected others. And Dubray hoping it might be him. A 24.76 for Dubray, 25.31 for Shinama. And if Dubray can manage it through this final 400 meters, he might have a shot here at a podium finish. Prinz, your leader, 107.98 as Dubray rises out of that last corner and trying to grab the lead, and he will not do it, though. Falters in the final 200 meters, and Tim Prinz still on top, a 108.19. Dubray second. So Prinz 21 hundredths in front. Dubray second, Voste now third. And now we'll get a pair number 7, and you can hear in the background, these Dutch fans, they know the order of the skaters. They know who's next as Dubray thanks the crowd here. Cool moment. 32-year-old from Canada. You don't know how many more events he'll race here after the Olympic cycle ends. Now to pair 7. Tayo Nonomura.
Go to the start.
Ranked number 10. Finished outside the top 10 last week. And Kim Min-suk now representing Hungary.
Ready.
And yet another false start. They don't miss a thing. Kim Min-suk charged. So back to the line, another reset.
Full start out of lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
See the coaches in the background of these two skaters just holding their breath. There'll be no infractions on that restart, and away we go in pair 7. Tayo Nonomura, Kim Min-suk. Trying to run down the time set by Tim Prinz, both well off of the pace with their 200-meter openers. 16:77 for Nonomura. But again, it's a race within a race. Where do you conserve and where do you throttle up? And it can change from event to event and skater to skater. A second off for both Kim and Nonomura. So they will both need a big last lap if they're going to threaten the time by Tim Prinz, but he appears to be in safety here. Kim Min-suk will finish in the outer and Nonomura in the inner, and safe indeed. 109.43 for Nonomura, 109.23 for Kim. Right now, each of those two straddling the top 10, and Tim Prinz still in front. So 3 pairs remaining, and again, there's no Kjeldnaus, there's no Jordan Stolz. So it really does make Yenning de Bo, Ning Zhongyang, and Cooper McLeod of the United States. He might be a dark horse in this one as well. But I have to think that Yenning de Bo, with no Stolz and no Naus, licking his chops at this 1,000-meter here in the kingdom. Joop Wennemars, 22-year-old, ranked number 8, goes opposite Damian Jurek of Poland.
Ready.
And another false start. The tiniest flinches are being whistled and blown back. Jurek, the look of a guilty party.
False start in the lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
Clean getaway this time for Zurich and Wennemars. Well, the Dutch at the top of the table so far in the men's 1,000. Would a dream scenario be? They go 1, 2, 3. Zurich goes out in 16:38. Jenny Nebo waiting on deck for the Dutch. The prohibitive favorite, I would imagine, to win this 1,000. Let's see how this pair plays out. Zurich drifts a bit wide. They hear the bell. 24:93 identical laps for Zurich and Wennemars. And they're both off of the pace set by Prins. Wennemars will get a healthy draft off of Zurich. Fans recognize that. He'll finish in the air. There's a great shot from the first row. And Joop Wennemars pulling away from Zurich. 107.98 to beat. And he's fourth. 108.36. And Zurich hit the wall. So there will not be a 1, 2, 3 Dutch finish, but there's Tim Prins still on top with 2 pairs to go. Wennemars is right now fourth. So now we move to pair number 9, and this might be where it is all decided. That's Tim Prins, yes, fist pump. That much closer to a podium. Pair 9, Ning Zhongyang, who's been on the podium twice this year. The bronze medalist in Poland and Beijing. World sprint champion last year. And here is Jenny Debo. Holds the track record of 107.08. Set that just a couple of weeks ago. 21-year-old looking to go Jenny for World Cup gold.
Ready.
Already a World Cup gold this weekend in Heerenveen, and the 500 yesterday for Jenny Nebo. Finally got past Jordan Stoltz and the rest of the field. That's his first World Cup gold of the year. But this guy is uber talented, and once he gets on a run, watch out. This might be his kind of coming out World Cup party this weekend. Good matchup here, though, against Ning Zhongyang. Fans are driving Jenny already, halfway through. So Debo will hear the bell. We'll check his lap time. 24.64 for Debo. He is in great shape. He's almost a second up on Ning. And Jenny Debo. Here's the crowd. Begins to drive through the last corner, trying to put himself in position for a second World Cup gold here on the tee off ice. 107.98 Prins time, and Debo is your new leader. A 107.45, and Jordan Stoltz applauding the effort from Jenny. Not quite the track record time that he set a couple of weeks ago. That was 107.08, but a 107.45, a formidable time in the penultimate pair. Ning 108.07. So he did not Prins off of that second spot. Prins right now seconds. Biting his nails as he's checking the time of Debo. So Debo takes him down by a half second. And Jenny Debo, 1 pair away from his second World Cup gold of the weekend. And we will see the world number 4, the 1,000 meter, the American Cooper McLeod, And Martin Lieve, who's ranked 6th coming in.
Go
Is there
to
a
the start.
podium spot to steal for one or both of these competitors in our final pair?
Ready.
McLeod was on the 1,000-meter podium in Nagano in the first event of the year. This would be a great bookend for Cooper if he can come through. Again, he was supposed to match up with Jordan Stoltz in his final pair, but Stoltz scratched prior to the event, and he is watching from the stands right now and watching his teammate McLeod, who's trying to get on the podium. It's 108.07 to take down Ning, who's currently 3rd. And Martin Lieve in the outer and the white armband as Lieve and McLeod hear the bell. We'll check the times, and they're both off the pace. McLeod at 24.74 left. He needs to make up some time here. But he has a shot at a bronze here if he can put himself through this final corner. Cooper McLeod trying to hang on to his technique here. Coming out of the corner. 107.45 is DeBow. 108.07 to get on the podium, and McLeod does it, and he takes silver away from Tim Prins. And Cooper McLeod not only is on the podium, he finishes silver to Yenning DeBow. Prins knocked down to bronze. What an emotional reaction for Cooper McLeod. And we talked about at the outset when Jordan Stoltz was a scratch, when Naus went out with a heel injury, it opens up a podium spot or two for the rest. Who would step into that vacated spot? Cooper McLeod of the United States. A World Cup individual silver for the first time in his career. Congratulations to him. Yenning DeBow, a second gold at the TL Ice Arena. And if pictures could speak, what is going through Cooper McLeod's mind right now? Great effort by the American. He'll be wearing that smile for months. As will Tim Prins. He's on a World Cup podium, taking bronze. And there are the final results. Yenning DeBow, back-to-back golds this week, and he's far from done. McLeod, silver for the U.S. Tim Prins, a bookend bronze for the Dutch. And the second page of results, Stoppelmore, 19th place finish for the U.S. Finn Sonnekow, the 17-year-old, finishing 16th with a personal best time of 109.31. And the final 1,000-meter World Cup standings, Stoltz unbeaten in all of his thousands, but again, scratched out today, did not race. DeBow finishing second, and Cooper McLeod, a World Cup classification bronze. So not only the silver in the event today, bronze overall. Just a terrific year for Cooper McLeod in the men's 1,000. How about that reaction with his coach? Oh, yes. Exactly what they strategized beforehand and executing to a T. And there's your champion. 1,500-meter gold, or probably 500-meter gold yesterday for DeBow. 1,000-meter gold for DeBow here on day 2. So that draws to a close the 1,000-meter for both the men and the women. They will resurface the ice. The award ceremony will take place, and then we will come back with the women's 3K and the men's 5,000-meter. So we'll take a bit of a break here from Heerenveen and be back with the distance races, and the World Cup classification titles are on the line when we return. Don't go anywhere.
een groot scherm bij je telefoon, dan kun je de Daikin Trail Game spelen. Het zijn hartstikke leuke prijzen, zijn aan het winnen. Ik neem jullie heel even mee. De prijzen die te winnen zijn vandaag. Bijvoorbeeld de Daikin schaatsband, die is natuurlijk hartstikke leuk. Je hebt natuurlijk ook tickets voor het eerste toernooi in Tiel voor seizoen 2025-2026. Dat is de aardige, dat is 31 oktober tot en met 2 november. Hier in Tiel uiteraard, dat is de Daikin enkele afstanden. En let op, je kunt ook meespelen voor gesigneerde items van Antoinette Grijpmanier of Kjell Nuis. Nou, hoe leuk is dat? Scan die QR-code en vul even wat gegevens in, speel die Daikin Trail Game en dan kun je die prachtige prijs winnen. Lukt het nou niet om die QR-code te scannen, probeer je camera dan even wat groter of wat kleiner te zetten, een beetje in te zoomen, uit te zoomen, dan pakt hij misschien wel. Lukt het anders nog niet, ga je naar je internetbrowser, typ je in daikin.nl/trailgame. En dan kun je meespelen met de hoofdsponsor van de KNSB en de specialist in energiezuinige airconditioning en warmtepompen voor jouw woning. Nou, dat gaat volgens mij hartstikke goed. We gaan langzamerhand zo meteen eens even kijken richting de huldigingen, hoe het daar allemaal gaat. Tot die tijd zou ik zeggen, we wachten eventjes tot we een klein beetje muziek draaien, dames en heren, dan zijn we straks bij je terug. Elke dag samen, de tijd die vloog. We dromen.
This is the prize-giving ceremony for the ISU World Cup Speed Skating Heerenveen 2025 1,000-meter women. In third place, winner of the bronze medal with a final time of 1:14.80, representing the People's Republic of China, it's Mei Han. Medals will be presented by Mr. Sergio Lanesi, representative of the International Skating Union. Our local gifts are presented by Mr. Nico Blindrose, Vice President, International Sales at the Holland America Line. In second place, winner of the silver medal, the final time of 1:14.49, representing Japan, Miho Takagi. First place, winner, gold medal with a final time of 1:14.27, representing the Netherlands, Jutta Leerdam.
was wel even een soort van krap. Dus daardoor verpest ik een klein beetje die bochtingang daar. En ik denk dat ik daar wel wat snelheid heb verloren. Dat is jammer. Maar alsnog dat je dan kan winnen, dat is natuurlijk gewoon de competitie.
Dat is super. En dan heb ik nog een vraag, want je werkt natuurlijk nu toe naar je WK en maar hoe fijn is het dan om nu nog even je winst te pakken met de World Cup?
Ja, super fijn natuurlijk. Ik heb dit jaar nog geen World Cup gewonnen. Dus ja, mooi dat ik die toch heb winnen en nog voor het WK. Dat geeft natuurlijk wel iets van zelfvertrouwen. En ik wil vooral ook het publiek bedanken, want het zijn geen topster hier. En ik heb me heel erg gesteund gewoon. Dat wel.
Ik wil een applaus voor dit hoor.
Ja, dames en heren, dat betekent dat wij deze ronde hebben gehad. Dan gaan wij over een paar momenten alweer door naar de volgende ronde. Hou die goede sfeer even vast.
Met z'n allen op die mooie tijd. Het zonnetje gaat schijnen, iedereen is blij. Het vliegtuig weer naar beeld, dus het kruis de zon voor. Trek de slippers aan en pak dan weer een stoel. Ik kijk op telefoon, de appjes gaan weer rond. Reis meteen als in dit is nog niet gezond. We gaan het weer beleven, de fietsjes in de rij. Handen om mijn nek, iedereen is er weer bij. Dan gaan wij weer voor vrouw. Helemaal de gooi blikken maar koud.
Zo, en zo heb je 2 wereldbekerzegers.
Zo ga ik van 0 naar 2 in 2 dagen. Ik hoop dat we deze doorzetten naar morgen.
Ja, dan zou je er 3 hebben. Dat zou helemaal het weekend compleet maken. Hoe kijk je terug op deze 1000?
Zwaar, het was echt heel zwaar. Maar heel tevreden. Ik heb gedaan wat ik moest doen. Ik vind het heel jammer dat Stolz en ook Kjeld hier niet rijden. Dat zijn toch wel de grote namen hier. En nu moest ik het maar even doen. Dus jammer dat ze er niet waren, maar een mooie rit tegenin.
Als je naar jezelf kijkt, je rijdt 14e langzamer dan het baanrecord van 2 weken geleden. Je zegt al, het is zwaar. Zijn dat de omstandigheden dan?
Ja, er is volgens mij best een hoge luchtdruk. Dus je merkt gewoon dat het laatste rondje, dan komt een man met de hamer heel snel. En dat merkte ik vandaag ook.
Je moest het ook wel alleen doen, hè? Je ging meteen qua kruising over Ning heen.
Ja, ik wist wel dat dat kon gebeuren. Ning is de man van de slotronde, ik ben de man van het eerste rondje. Dus ja, Dennis, mijn trainer, zei ook van tevoren, je moet er gewoon erop en erover. En niet bij stilstaan, jij hebt buiten, jij hebt voorrang. Dus gewoon gaan met je aan.
Hoe heb jij gisteren eigenlijk het hoofd koel gehouden? Want jouw ploeggenootje haalde hem al even aan, Kjeld Nuis. Die maakte van alles mee door eigen toedoen. Dat moet in het hotel toch ook wel voor wat onrust hebben gezorgd.
Nou, hij is best professioneel. Dus daar valt hij ons niet mee lastig. Ik heb met hem gesproken en ja, die baalt natuurlijk ook, weet je. Die heeft een super mooie race gegeven gisteren. Ik stond te juichen voor de tv, ik was toevallig al in het hotel. Ja, gewoon een beetje zonde hoe het allemaal gelopen is.
De stoelen blijven vandaag heel, hè?
Deze stoelen blijven wel heel, ja, ik ben hartstikke blij.
Stolz doet niet mee, want die is moe, zegt hij. Wat vind je daarvan?
Een hele verstandige keuze. Ik had hem in Polen al gemaakt. Hij maakt hem nu halverwege dit weekend, dus nee, daar kan ik alleen maar achter staan.
Maar je verslaat hem wel 2 keer, hè? Ja, vandaag is hij er dan niet bij, maar je bent nu wel gewoon boven hem.
Ja, nou, weet je, dat mooi in een mooi vol TL voor mijn thuispubliek. Ik wil het zo meteen in Hamburg ook kunnen.
Precies, want is dat wat waard, zo 2 weken voor zo'n WK, dat je dat nu doet?
Zeker, hier hou ik wel vertrouwen uit. En vertrouwen is nooit verkeerd.
Heb je dat vertrouwen dan nog nodig?
Ja, zeker. Ja, nee, als ik dat vertrouwen niet heb, dan kan ik net zo goed niet gaan.
Heb je het nog nodig, zei ik? Gaat het zo goed?
Weet ik niet, dat gaan we zien in Hamburg. Als ik nog harder rijd, dan ga ik het blijkbaar nodig.
Hoeveel zelfvertrouwen heb je nu? Dat wil ik eigenlijk weten.
Nou, hier put ik aardig wat uit, kan ik je vertellen. Zeker.
Meester.
Top, dankjewel.
was ze bijna het hele seizoen 5 gewonnen van de 6000 meters. Ik denk dat ze bij je staat. Linda, klopt ook? Wie is er bij je?
Ja, ik sta hier met Mio te kijken. Mio, how is it to skate in Tialf?
Yeah, it is so special for me because also I like to skate in Tialf. Also I can skate in the full audience. So yeah, it's so nice.
So it's pretty nice. I wish you very good luck for the preparation for Hamar. Tialf, a big hand for Mio Takaki.
Mooi hè, eerder toekomst. We zijn wel nog niet begonnen. Die gaan echt zo beginnen. We hebben misschien tijd voor de Heerenveen, zo hopen we dan natuurlijk.
Ik kwam Maria tegen in een kroegje, ze zat zachtjes te huilen. Ik troostte haar tegen van een drankje, maar dat liep uit.
En mocht dat lukken natuurlijk met volle borst meezingen, denkt Bob.
Er staan een hele vele drankjes tussen, maar wat ik proefde, ai ai ai, toen ik haar kuste.
Nou, Dion, komt ie!
Ze smaakte zoet, ze smaakte naar de zomer.
Gezellig.
Ze smaakte goed, zout, puur, ze smaakte steeds naar meer. En het werd 4, 5 uur en ik lag in haar armen. En het was veel Spaans vuur, dus morgen nog een keer.
Ja, dat is morgen nog een keer. Ik hoop dat u dit hele weekend hierbij bent. Want het is een waanzinnig mooi spektakel hier natuurlijk in Tialf. We gaan alweer door naar de volgende huldiging. De mannen staan inmiddels klaar. Here we go.
Vice President of International Sales at Heerenveen. And then in second place, with a time of 1:07.87, representing the United States of America, Cooper McLeod.
dit is mijn thuisbaan. Hier train ik elke dag. Ik heb hier een thuispubliek. Echt, het geluid is de naam, het omroep bij de start. Dat is gewoon, jullie zijn echt net gek op de tribune, want het is een kabaal. Dat is bizar.
Nou, dames en heren, laten we Jenny nog even dat hele mooie gevoel geven. In het liedje zit namelijk eigenlijk de tekst de Bo. Het is WO, maar het kan ook zijn de Bo. We hebben het gisteren geoefend, eigenlijk heel goed. En op weg naar de Olympische Spelen willen we het eigenlijk een klein beetje erin krijgen. Dus ik ga even meezingen jullie. Ik zeg Jenny, jullie zingen de Bo. Let op, komt ie. Jenny. Jenny. Jenny.
Third place with a total of 257 points, representing the United States of America, Cooper McLeod. The trophies will be presented by Mr. Sergio Anasi, the representative of the ISU. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Herman de Haan, the President Director of the Royal Dutch Skating Federation. And in second place, with a total of 276 points, representing the Netherlands, Jenning de Bo! First place and the winner of the overall World Cup 1000-meter men. With a total of 300 points, he won 5 out of 6,000 meters this season. He represents the USA. He is Jordan Stoltz! One more big applause, our top three of this season's 1000-meter men World Cup. Third place, Cooper
think it's good for my preparation going to the World Championships, so it was a good day.
Lots of success for the preparation for Hamar. Still, een enorm applaus voor Jordan Stolt.
Wow. A hero of the great heroes, ladies and gentlemen. Dat is natuurlijk Jordan Stolt. Ja, we hebben een klein minuutje nog voordat we overgaan met het licht, dames en heren. Dus ik zou willen vragen, doe even allemaal je linkerhand in de lucht. We hebben nog een heel klein minuutje. Even je linkerhand in de lucht, linkerhand in de lucht. Dan gaan we er even wat gezellig van maken. Steek een beetje naar de zijkant uit, Jan. Een beetje naar de zijkant, pas op voor de grenade. Steek krap weer in de lucht. Wij gaan
And back to the TL Ice Arena in Heerenveen, Netherlands. Ready now for the final World Cup event on the women's side of the long distance. It'll be the women's 3K. And World Cup classification title is still up for grabs, although Ragne Weekland of Norway 45 points up on Francesca Lollobrigida of Italy. And Meryl Conan right now is sitting third. Take a look at the pairs that we will see. 8 pairs in the women's 3K. The Dutch will send out Sanne Inselhoff in pair 4. We'll see Gronewood and Boone in 7, and then Konijn in 8. And Weekland will be in the final pair opposite Meryl Konijn. So ready to go with the opening pair. And Lisa Dole of the Netherlands will be in the opening pair. She's 15th in Nagano in the A division. She's been working her way back out of the B division since. And Alice Marletti from Italy, second in the B division last week in Poland. Duel won the B division, so promoted to the A division for this final World Cup events. So off we go in the first of 8 pairs of the women's 3,000 meter. Marletti, 20 years of age. She's been in the B division all season long. Finished second last week. But when you go back to the beginning of the World Cup season, Marletti was 15th in the first B division race at the distance. And now she is in the final World Cup event in her first A bracket of the year. She's gone from 15th to 14th to 12th to 4th in the B, and then a runner-up in the B to Dole last week. And Marletti has finally broken through. So at the 600-meter mark, we'll check the lap times and see how consistent they are. Marletti at 31:01, Dole 31:25 after going out quicker. It's all about the pacing and consistency of these laps for the skaters. But nothing yet decided on the women's side of the distance in the World Cup classification, nor on the men's side. And it is very tight between Davide Giotto and Sander Eitram. We will see them in the men's 5K coming up as we wrap up our middle day coverage. These are those distances where the Dutch and Norwegians typically have dominated over the years. Dole, 26 years old. We'll see Lola Brigida coming up in pair 6. Buna will be in pair 7 opposite Gronewood. That'll be an interesting pair to watch. Gronewood has been just so dominant on the mass start circuit, winning 4 out of 5 this year. Trying to get on a World Cup podium here in the 3K. Viklund, a couple of golds, 2 silvers, and a 6. She's been far and away the best distance skater on the women's side. Trying to put away the classification title here today. 32:68 for Dole, 32:72 for Marletti. We'll see another grinder out of the B division coming up in the next pair. That's Ahane Adake of China. This will be her first A division race at the distance. Let's look at Lola Brigida gearing up for her race. She'll be in pair 6, going up against Martina Sablikova. Back to Heerenveen, had some technical difficulties at the end of that opening race. Elisa Dole, a 4:07.68 to win the pair. Marletti, 4:09.83. And now we are back and live and ready for pair number 2.
To the start.
Chelsea Hoffman, 28-year-old from Germany. Worked her way out of the B division as well earlier in the year. And here's Adake, who has been in the B division all season long. Finally getting her opportunity in the A group. She actually was on the short track for about a decade, made the Chinese national team in 2016, switched to long track in 2018. Still time on her side, 25 years old. She's ranked 18th coming in. Dake making the Chinese Olympic team in Beijing a couple of years back. Duels lap times were in that 31.2 to 33.8 range at the close, but generally sit in the mid 32s in the middle of the 3,000 meter opening pair. Dake and Hoffman going out much quicker on the front end. Mid to low 30s on that lap time. Now the two are settling in. Hoffman, a 10th place finish, and Tomaszo Moziecki last week. Dake out of the B division finished third. Now the lap time's creeping up to the 31 mid-range. Hear the encouragement for Josie. She passed her coach on that straight. Track record set a couple of years ago by leader in Schouten. Dieckmann has been the cream of the crop so far this year at the women's distance. Francesca Lollobrigida had some very solid, and even to her surprising results. There's a look at the legend. Sablikova getting ready for her appearance coming up in pair 6. So the awards ceremony after the conclusion of the 1,000 meters we just saw a few moments ago. Jordan Stoltz, who withdrew from the men's 1,000-meter race today. Oh, and down goes Hoffman. What happened? Slipped and fell, spinning around, trying to get out of the way of Dake. And Hoffman is back up, and she will try to complete the race. She does not appear injured. Just lost her stride, and listen to the crowd supporting her to get back on her skates. It's a wonderful bit of sportsmanship and support from the fans at the Tee-Off Ice Arena. Hoffman caught a blade, tripped and fell, helicoptered around the ice 3 or 4 times, managed to avoid Dake, and got back on her feet and is back on the ice. 28-year-old will not be denied. She will finish this race some way, somehow. Dake right now a quarter second on top of the time put by Dole. We'll see the time for Hoffman as she crosses the line. That cost her a good 10 or 11 seconds. But it's now not about time, it's about finishing for Josie Hoffman. She can worry about the disappointment later. Here's Dake down the home straight. 4:07.68 is the time to beat out of the opening pair, and she will do that. 4:07.29. So Dake, your new leader, and here's Hoffman. I'm sure she'll hear great applause as she comes to the line. Took a spill mid-race and does finish. I would imagine she will salute the crowd for helping her get through a tough moment. And here's a look at Hoffman. And right there, just that left leg, left ankle, boot collapsed a bit.
Keep moving.
Spun around. Knew that Dake was coming up behind her. She's just trying to get out of the way somehow. And stay in the field of play.
3 minutes delay, 3 minutes delay.
And they're going to have a bit of a delay here to repair the ice. Let's watch that right leg here for Hoffman.
3 minutes delay.
Let's see exactly what happened. Didn't get a very good look at it right there, but credit to Hoffman. Believe she stayed within the parameters of the ice, did finish as Adake concludes the race right now, your leader after 2 pairs. They'll do some ice repairs. So a couple minute delay here. Chance for fans to grab a couple more snacks. Dutch hat game is always top shelf. Sablikova, we saw Malte a moment ago. There's Evgeny Blondin. Blondin will be racing against her longtime teammate, Isabel Weideman, coming up in pair 5. The next generation of speed skating fans are already well represented here today. Norwegian flag awaiting to be waved for Viklund coming up in the final pair. Lola Bridget, great year. Great year for her. Won the 3K in Milwaukee, bronze last week in Poland in the 3K. She's been a factor in the mass starts the last couple of outings. So a quick moment for the fans to check the latest scores and text messages. Ice being repaired and almost complete. Buna coming up in pair number 7. Skipped the World Cup stop in Poland last week. Basically to rest up for this event and the World Championships. Perhaps a missed opportunity, but knew it was for the better. She did watch it though. Saw the results. We'll see her very likely in excellent form here today. Look right there. Getting ready for her moment. Always a little extra pressure to perform in front of the home fans. The ardent home speed skating fans here in the Netherlands as they still complete the ice repairs. And back inside the TL Ice Arena. A few more technical difficulties. We appreciate your patience as we square things out. We're now into pair number 4 in the women's 3,000 meter. Valerie Malte of Canada and Tana Intelhoff of the Netherlands. And right now your leader is Momoko Horikawa of Japan, who skated a 4:04.11 out of pair number 3. And right now Malte trying to chase her down as Intelhoff, 27-year-old, ranked number 10, tries to run down Malte here in this pair. Malte right now with 3 laps to go, a 31.5 lap. Right now in the clear, trying to grab the lead with 4 pairs remaining. Again, thank you for bearing with some technical difficulties here from the arena. There's Valerie Malte trying to grab the lead here at the midway mark of this women's 3,000 in the final World Cup events. Malte was ahead of the pace by about 2 1/3 seconds. Dropped down to about 1.5, trying to run down the time set by Japan 21-year-old Momoko Horikawa of 4:04.11. 4 pairs to come. 2 Canadians are next with Weideman and Blondine. But here comes Valerie Malte, the 34-year-old Canadian, down the home straight. Again, 4:04.11 to move in front. And Malte will narrowly get there by 22 hundredths, 4:03.89. Kind of laboring a bit over the final couple of laps, but Malte does get it done. And she is your new leader, closing in 33.62 on that final lap. So Horikawa second, Yang Bin Yu of China right now third, and Intelhoff in 4th position. So 4 pairs to remain. Taking in, just soaking in the moments here at this venerable arena where the magic happens in speed skating. And for some of these elder statesmen on the Canadian team, Malte, 34 years old. There's Weideman, who's 29, and her pairmate is her teammate, Evgeny Blondine. They have gone through just about everything together. You just don't know how many more opportunities they will have to skate on this ice here in Heerenveen, and taking it all in.
Ready.
3 podium finishes at the longer distance for these 2 combined. Weideman took bronze in one of the early World Cup events, the one back in Beijing, and meanwhile, Evgeny Blondine won the opening distance event in Nagano in the 3,000. Blondine also has a bronze medal on her ledger this year. Very active, involved in just about as many events as possible. We'll see Blondine and kind of a growing rivalry on the mass start ice with Gronewood and Lola Bridja. They had some jousting again last week that led to some interesting quotes post-race from 2 of those 3 skaters. And we will see them again coming up in the mass tomorrow. And there is Ragne Wiklund, world number 1. And trying to put away the world classification title here at the women's distance. Your leader is Valerie Malte. the teammates of both Weideman and Blondin. And as Weideman picking up about a half second on Blondin on that lap. Inside a second off the pace set by Malte. And Malte struggled a bit over the final couple of laps. 32.7, 33.6 to close. We'll see how these two Canadians pace themselves with friends and family and countrymen in attendance here in the Netherlands. This is a destination event on the speed skating calendar. Malte checking out the times. And watch the splits for Weideman and Blondin. It's a celebratory weekend for the fans, the skaters, former skaters. I mean, this is a spot, it's almost like a reunion pretty much every year. Malte's time still holding up, but again, she slowed a bit, lost some time over the last couple of laps. We'll see how that factors in over these final couple of laps for Weideman and Blondin. 2 laps to come, and Weideman is now in the green. A 31.5, Blondin a 32 3/4. And unless even he has some energy in the bank, a little stubble there, that's what cost Blondin. Great camera work right there. That's where she lost time on that lap. That's a lethal mistake. She almost fell forward, head over heels. Bell lap for Weideman. And Weideman building on that lead. She's better than a second on top. And Blondin just lost so much momentum, so much speed. Lap time now in the low 33s. So she'll be a non-factor here. But their teammate Isabel Weideman working through the final corner. And she's about to wrestle the lead away from Weideman, it appears. 4:03.89 was Malte's time, and here comes Weideman, and she will cross in 4:01.65. A great finish by Weideman. Good lap times down the stretch, and Blondin one more disappointing event. That bobble costly. So 4:01.65 for Weideman. 3 pairs to go. And Weideman came in the world number 7. She has a chance to pick up a couple of spots. Blondin was slightly behind her. But again, we'll be watching Weekland, who with a typical performance will claim very likely the world classification title. There she is. We'll see her coming up in the final pair, pair 8. And now you get a couple of big name brands. Let's see if they repair that ice. That might have been where the stumble was for Blondin. Here's a look at right there, entering the corner. Good job to keep balance and focus despite the salty disappointment. So a couple of brand names in the sport as Blondin departs the ice.
2 minutes delay.
And they will have a slight delay as they repair that ice in that corner left by the blade of Blondin. 4:01.65 for Weideman. These guys are getting a true workout, earning their money on the ice today. Saw Hoffman spill and spin about 3 times on the ice in her second pair against Adake earlier. Led to a several-minute delay. And Lola Bridget, Sablikova. Beekman's trying to stay loose, stay warm. And there is Lola Bridget. Certainly her young child, I'm imagining, in attendance. Lola Bridget's mother is usually babysitting for Francesca's daughter. Great year for Francesca Lola Bridget. Olympics coming home to her country next year. One last push, and she's in very, very good form late in this World Cup season. And there's Sablikova. As the years go by, she just continues to grind it out. 37 years old, still the world record holder in this 3K. She's been on the podium once in the distances this year, but narrowly missing a couple of others, a couple of fourths and a fifth for Sablikova. And the Olympic silver medalist, there's Lola Brigida. And then you have Sablikova, world record holder, Olympic champion. Just keeps on clicking. And again, you just don't know what's in her mind getting through the rest of this year and through the Olympic cycle. You want to stay within the moment, but you just wonder how many more times we'll see her and what great appreciation she seemed to have for that ovation. Look at this, emotions, yeah. Thank you.
Ready.
Special moments, and you don't want to read between the lines because we've seen some skaters skate on for years and years, right? Claudia Pechstein of Germany skated well into her 40s. Maybe that's the case for Sablikova, still having great success and still, most importantly, enjoyed it. That's the bottom line now. She's accomplished everything there is to accomplish in this sport. Wouldn't mind grabbing a podium spot, though, here on the tee-off ice one more time. So this is just an exceptional pairing by the ISU. Lola Brigida, Sablikova. Weideman, your leader for Canada, 4:01.65. And solid lap times early. 30:42, 30:34 for Sablikova. We get a nice draft here from Lola Brigida on this back straight. And for Lola Brigida, again, talk about the success she's had in mass start here recently, been on the podium at the long distance. Last week in Poland, took a bronze. In Milwaukee, she won the 3K. But for this 3,000-meter event, Lola Brigida began this season in the B division in Nagano. So she wasn't even in the A group to begin the year. And now she's a world number 2 a few months later. She won the event in Nagano to get into the A division. She's finished 6th, 4th, taking a bronze, and again the gold in Milwaukee in the 3K. So she has overcome a lot, and that gives you an idea just how much she has rounded into great form in a very brief amount of time. 31:34 lap for Lola Brigida. And she's off to a terrific start. Better than 2 seconds clear of Weideman. And frankly, I'm not quite sure who the fans are cheering for more. As a matter of fact, I think they're just cheering for these two legends on the ice. No Dutch investment in this race. They will have plenty of Dutch investment in the next couple of pairs, the final 2 pairs. Groenewoud and Buna are next. Konijn will be the final pair opposite of Weekland. And there's your leader, Weideman, trying to hide behind her 4:01.65 time. Lola Brigida and Sablikova are both giving it a run. Two laps to go as Lola Brigida crosses the line. 31.9. Sablikova 32.39. And Lola Brigida still earmarking the lead here. And she will swing to the inner and barrel through the corner. There is a look at Sablikova. These cheers from the Heerenveen fans never gets old. And the bell for Lola Brigida. She still is almost 2 seconds up on Weideman's time at 31:63. Sablikova is not making up enough ground. So Francesca Lola Brigida, again, tapping into great form late in this World Cup season. Let's see what kind of time she throws down here. She is driving out of this corner. 4:01.65 to take the lead, but again, you're trying to take down Boona, Gronewood, and Weekland coming up in a 3:58.89. Lovely time for Lola Brigida. Closing in 31:47. That is excellent for Lola Brigida. That was a negative split over her last 2 full laps. She went from 31.9 to 31.6 and closed at 31.47. That is how you podium in these distance races. 3:58.89. So there's a target for Weekland, who won last week in the 3K in 4:03, but again, this is a much faster ice. Gronewood. Long dissertation for her results. And now an even longer dissertation for Boona. There's Joy Boona, world champion in the 5K, all-around champ. Gold, silver, 2 bronzes over the course of the World Cup season. Took last week off to focus on this event and the World Championships in 2 weeks. We'll see if it pays off. Boona on the left side of your screen wearing the red armband. Gronewood in the white armband. 2 of the absolute best for the Dutch at the distance. Konijn, ranked number 3. She'll be in the final pair against Weekland. And the deafening roar will be a constant over the next about 10 minutes inside the building. Watch the opening full lap time for these 2 Dutch competitors and contenders. Boona, 30 low, almost sub 30. Gronewood, 30.76. Boona, the European all-around silver medalist behind Rietma de Jong. Couldn't quite get past Weekland in either of the 2 distance races in the all-around, but in great form and shape as she comes in. A 39.9 for Boona. Gronewood closing in on her, a 31.12. Gronewood, 4 mass start golds over the course of the year. And Boona has been at or near the top of the podium in basically every event. Won the 1500 in Milwaukee, took bronze in the 3K in Milwaukee, had a great events in Wisconsin. Beijing, a couple of silvers. One of those was at the 3K, took bronze in the 3K in Nagano, so she's been sniffing around to that gold here at the distance. We'll see if today she can do it on her home ice and take down her teammates and the world number 1 Weekland in the process. Three laps to go. Boona, a 31.2. Still ahead of the time by Lola Brigida, but again, it's not just about that. It's about throwing down a maybe unbeatable time, or at least a really challenging time for Weekland and Konijn in the final pair. but this one is getting good. Buna in the red armband. Right side of her screen. See where that lap time is, 31.4. That's really good for Buna. But a second clear, Lola Brigida knows that her time is in jeopardy. And Buna, again, taking last week off from Poland. A little disappointed when she saw the results that she was not there, but this was her purpose, this was her focus. And right now, the ROI seems to be there. Here's the bell for Joy. And the lap is 31.72. Very flat, looking good. Almost a second in front. And Gronewood will not be involved, it doesn't appear here. So does Joy Buna. Down the back straight. Last words of encouragement. Lola Brigida's time, 3:58.89, but it's about that and trying to set a tough marker for Wiekland. The encouragement for Buna, home straight, 3:58.89. Buna is going to set the time barely. 3:58.72 by 1,700. She's your leader. One pair to come. Is it enough? Is it enough? Lola Brigida, that close. And for Joy Buna, still ahead nod. You can see the exhaustion. Gave it everything. But will it be enough? At least to displace Ragne Wiekland and Mirakonine here in the final pair. And basically, again, as long as Wiekland finishes this race on her skates, she'll claim the World Cup classification. She has a 45-point lead on Lola Brigida for the classification title. And the two competitors share a moment. So here we are. Ragne Wiekland, 24-year-old from Norway, the world number one, on the verge of a World Cup classification title. 2 golds at the long distance this year. And Mirakonine, couple of silvers at the distance, including silver behind Wiekland last week in Poland. Konine silver behind Buna in Calgary.
Ready.
And the final pair starts the pursuits in the women's 3K. Buna right now at the top. Lola Brigida second. Weideman third. And it's Konine and Wiekland. Opening Konine 1979. Konine a bit of a late start to this World Cup campaign, but when she finally got back on the ice, she's been competitive week in and week out. There's a look at Konine and the heavy volume of Norwegian flags cheering Wiekland on. And the first lap, 29.97 for Wiekland. That's brisk. Buna's first lap was 30.05, so Wiekland a couple of tenths quicker than that. And looking very comfortable at this early stage. Both arms fastened behind her back. And a 30.6 for Wiekland. And already in the clear of the lead. A long way to go. Wiekland at the end of last week's race in Poland did have a little bit of a struggle with her back and getting her skates off and such, but she almost immediately discounted it or dismissed it, didn't feel like it was going to have any lingering effects into this week as she tries to chase down the classification title and one more potential World Cup gold. And They got a 45-point lead coming into this weekend over Lola Brigida, the classification title. And Weekland on this lap time, let's check it. 30.76, and she's in very good shape. 3 laps to come. Agne Weekland. If she stays consistently even over these final couple of laps, one more World Cup is coming to Weekland. If she's anywhere near that 31 flat, she'll be in perfect shape, and that's right where she is, 31.07 for Weekland. And Joy Buna may mentally be preparing for his silver. Again, Buna finished in 31.7 and 32.1. So we'll compare those numbers right here for Weekland, who is in charge with coming up on 1 lap to go for a classification title. And Weekland comes across in 31.53. That's a couple of tenths faster than Buna was on her penultimate lap. So Weekland almost 2 seconds to play with. And the world number 1, who has been dominant at the long distance from start to finish. A 6th place finish, 2 silvers, 2 golds, and here comes one more gold awaiting for the 24-year-old from Norway, Ronne Weekland. She will win World Cup gold in Heerenveen, and she will win the World Cup classification to boot. A 3:57.41. Weekland by better than a second and 3 tenths takes down World Cup gold in Telf. Buna silver, Lola Brigida on the podium for bronze. Leaving no doubts, Ragne Weekland, the top distance skater in the world. And the flags of Norway proudly flying here in the kingdom. Well, that's the kind of race you want to see. We saw the negative splits down the stretch for Lola Brigida over her final couple laps. Weekland, no negative splits down the stretch, but she went out much faster and was very consistent in the middle, 30.6, 30.6, 30.7, and then did drop to a 32.6 that final lap, but it was just enough. Again, she built up about a 2-second lead with a lap to go. Came in a bit slower in the final 400, but she had the margin. And the classification title to Weekland. And one more World Cup gold. 3rd of the year, 5th podium out of 6 for the Norwegian. Konine, a 5th place finish as we get a look at the official results. So Weekland of Norway wins her 3rd World Cup gold, claims the classification title. Buna silver, Lola Brigida bronze, Konine 5th, Gronewood 6th, and Sablikova a 7th place finish. And the second page of results, Josie Hoffman getting up off of the ice after a spill. Knocked her about 13 or 14 seconds off of the pace, but did get up, showed the grit and determination to finish 16th. So the classification standings official. Weekland will claim it, and well deserved. Class of the field all year long. 6 events, 3 golds, 2 silvers. Lola Brigida with that bronze medal finish will finish 2nd in the classification standings. And a believe Boona will get up for third. We'll wait on the official results. Boona was 5 points behind Konijn coming in. And yes, Boona will finish third, Konijn finishing fourth. So they will dim the lights. Award ceremony on the way. They will get the ice ready one last time for resurfacing. We will take a break and we'll come back with our last event of the day. That's the men's 5K. Davide Giotto, Sander Eitram will battle it out for the classification title. 6 points separate those two. Giotto will be in pair 6. Eitram will be in pair 7. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. Our final event of day 2 from Heerenveen when we return.
Telefoon open en ik zou zeggen, doe je telefoon ook gelijk even in de lucht. Want het leuke is, je telefoon gaat zo oplichten. We nemen hem heel even over die telefoon. 2, 1, 0. De lijnen zijn gesloten zoals ze mooi weten. We gaan het trekken. Doe je telefoon in de lucht, dames en heren. Maar je hebt al die telefoons in de lucht. Leg het scheef naar voren. Dan gaat hij zo knipperen. Ja, heel goed, heel goed, heel goed. Telefoon, kijk, dan gaan de schermen knipperen. Je krijgt natuurlijk gelijk te horen, kijk dat is mooi hè, via je e-mail, want dat heb je met in moeten vullen, krijg je zo meteen gelijk of je gewonnen hebt, ja of nee. Kijk eens, winnaar is bekend, dat is hard gefeliciteerd op jouw scherm nu heel erg oplichten, heel erg gefeliciteerd met een van de prachtige prijzen natuurlijk van de staatsloterij in de vorm van de staatsloterij. We zijn heel blij dat iedereen die mee heeft gedaan namens de staatsloterij. Dankjewel! Wij gaan snel jullie allemaal bedanken natuurlijk voor deze waanzinnige deelname aan een heel mooi
Italiaanse hitting meenemen van deze 5000 meter gaat komen. Zijn 402 minuten verwijderd van de start van de 5000 meter mannen. 12,5 ronden. Next event is the 5000 meter man. Track record holder Patrick Roest 6:04:36. And of course, the defending champion, World Cup winner Davide Giotto, the world record holder in 10,000 meters, is also here today for his 5,000 meters. Current standings in the World Cup. Davide Giotto is our leader. Sander Eitrim, the European all-round champion, is only 6 points behind. And former ISU World Cup.
All right, back for the final events of the day, the middle day here in Heerenveen of the Netherlands. The off-ice arena ready now for the men's 5,000. Final World Cup event on the calendar. 6 points is all that separates Davide Giotto and Sander Eitrim of Norway. Giotto 282 points, Eitrim 276. There's the thinnest margin. So effectively what it comes down to is whoever wins here today is likely going to be the World Cup classification champ. And here are the pairings. We'll see Jorrit Bergsma coming up in the opening pair. Timothy Lubino, who's won a couple of mass starts this year from France. He's in pair 4. And then it gets to the big fish, not Graham Fish. He'll be skating opposites of Giotto in pair 6. Eitrim is in 7. And then the teenage sensation from the Czech Republic, Zilek, will be in the final pair. But in reading some of the quotes leading up to this event, Giotto was hoping that he wouldn't be matched up with Eitrim. Giotto actually wanted to skate. He was hoping the pairs would have him skate before Eitrim. He wanted to set the time in this final event, and that's how the luck of the draw plays out. And now ready for the opening pair, Jorrit Bergsma, the newly turned 39-year-old from the Netherlands who shocked everybody by winning the mass start in Milwaukee a few weeks ago. And representing Poland, Vladimir Simeruni. More on his story in a moment. What a story he has to tell. 22-year-old. Each of these two skaters up out of the B division from last week in Poland.
Ready.
And so the Dutch fans will come to their feet for one of their long-standing stars, Jorrit Bergsma, who, a lot like Martina Sablikova, just continues to churn away and have success event after event, and sometimes shocking us along the way with unexpected wins, like the one we saw in the mass start in Milwaukee a few weeks ago. Did it, the day after he turned 39? But one of the most compelling stories is of this young man, 22-year-old Vladimir Simeruni, who is back on the ice for the first time in almost 2 years. He was a Russian champion at the 5K a couple of years ago. But he protested the war, the invasion in Ukraine. He fled to Poland. He then switched allegiances from Russia to Poland, denouncing the war. And while the Russian Federation were seeking a 24-month suspension, the ISU settled on 14, and that 14-month suspension from one delegation to the other, from Russia now to representing Poland, has just recently expired. And Simeruni is back on the ice, and what did he do last week? He won the B division to get to the A division. So he's now representing Poland, and what a moment for him here in the final World Cup event of the year. And there's Simeruni out in front wearing the white and red of Poland. 22 years of age. Bergsma 17 years older. Behind him, trailing in the very familiar blue and orange kits for the Dutch. Kyoto will be in pair 6, Eitrim in pair 7, Casey Dawson of the U.S. and Gillick will be in the final pair. We'll watch the times here as this opening pair rolls on. Lap time still 29 low for Cimarroni, 29.8 for Bergsma. We'll see Bergsma coming up in the mass start again tomorrow. Italy will have 3 reps in this men's 5K. Riccardo Lorello is up next against Felix Mali of Germany. But again, the eyes on Kyoto. Getting ready to try and win the World Cup title here today. He's 6 points up on Eitrim. Thin margin, yes, but a margin nevertheless. Again, 60 points for the winner, 54 for the second place. So should Eitrim win it and Kyoto finish second, they'd be in a dead heat. The tiebreaker is determined by the number of World Cup golds in the distance. Eitrim has won 3, Kyoto has won 2. Cimarroni looking very, very sharp. Four laps left at 29.4 for Cimarroni. He's been in that 29 low, now moving toward 29 mid so far this entire race. And Bergsma about 6 seconds behind. So much that Vladimir has had to endure over the last few years and simply wanted to get back on the ice. Finally, the opportunity has arrived for him, trying to make the most of it in these final couple of World Cup events. Cimarroni, he's still sub 30. He's right at 30. 30 flat with 2 laps to go. His personal best in the 5K is 6:17.90. But again, remember that would have been several years ago for his PB. And the heavy training even while he has been banned from competing. So don't be surprised if there's a big drop in his personal best from the time set a few years ago. He crosses in 30.77, so he's looking right at about a 6:13 or so. Fans undoubtedly know a lot of his background and story, try to help usher him to the line. And Vladimir Cimarroni around the final corner with every ounce he has left. His campaign and resurrection is just now beginning, and this is going to be a PB and an exceptional race for him. 6:13.39 for Vladimir Cimarroni. Well done. Bergsma 6:18.9. So we'll watch his development moving forward because there will be no more missed events looking ahead, barring any kind of injuries. And we'll see what he can do for Poland at the distance events moving on to next campaign. 22 years old, so much turbulence, so much adversity already in his background. Look at one of the fan favorites there. Said Jan Blumen. Too old for something. I couldn't quite read the bottom couple of words.
Ready.
So there is Riccardo Lorello, 22-year-old for Italy, out of the B division in Poland. He's been in the B division basically all year and gets his first crack in an A division distance race. His dad, a roller skating coach in Italy. That's where Riccardo began his skating career, transitioned to the ice. Felix Male, the 30-year-old from Germany, alongside. Well, he finished 15th. Now I'm going to be looking at everybody's socks. Do they all have messages? Do they all have slogans? $27.89 for Lorello. Second pair. There are 8 in total. Lorello out early in his pair with Felix Male, 28.91. Itzhak de Laat to the short track for the Netherlands is a helmet designer for himself and how many of the short track skaters around the world. I don't know if the Dutch have a sock designer with slogans. Tadjan got that from. But we'll see the too old for this guy coming up in pair 5 for Canada. There he is. Lorello has had to kind of bide his time to find an A grouping spots just outside of the range of the promotions from the B divisions. 4th place finish in Nagano, 4th in Milwaukee, just missing the 10K in Calgary as well, but finally got out with a 3rd place B division finish last week in Poland. So we'll see how Lorello fares. Came in with a ranking of 18. Sam Maroney's time still a second faster than where Lorello is at this stage. Lorello 29.58. Male picking up a little bit of time on that last 400. Final day here in the Netherlands of this last World Cup event of the year tomorrow. Team Pursuits, 2nd edition of the 500 meter. No word on if Jordan Stalls will skate that. Again, he withdrew earlier today out of the 1,000. That made room for Cooper McLeod to claim onto the podium as high as a silver medal behind Yann DeVoe. So the Team Pursuit tomorrow, the 500, the mass starts, and the mixed relay. And that will close out the World Cup campaign. World Championships in Hamar, Norway, a couple of weeks away. And then when we reconvene late next fall, we'll be a mere few months away from the Olympic Games. And the Italian skating contingent cheering on Riccardo. I believe that was Lola Bridge up there helping to hold the flag. Alfate will be in pair 4 for Italy, and then Giotto out of pair 6. Solid start so far for Lorello. 29.8 on that lap, 3 to go. Male lost about a quarter second. Sock and boot blade game, all being prepared. Kyoto in pair 6. Lorello, a couple of seconds off the pace. Set by the new rep of Poland, Vladimir Semeruni. So while the main story in this men's 5K will be that, and the match race of Eitram and Kyoto as they battle for the World Cup classification title, the sub-headlines to me are what we've seen from Semeruni, and now Lorello finally getting a taste here in the A division, how he's faring. He acquitted himself well, 30.12 on that next to last lap. Just trying to cement themselves for some more opportunities in the A bracket next year. And again, Lorello, like Semeruni, is 22. It's a long runway ahead of him. And coming to the line, Semeruni's time 6:13.39. Lorello giving it a run, and he's going to be a little bit off, but a great finish. 29.98 last lap, and he got to within 1600ths of Semeruni's time. Male 6:16.70. So yes, how about Semeruni back on the ice, now competing for Poland. Personal best by about 4.5 seconds, and now Lorello in an A division race. A very competitive 5K. Yeah, Lorello making the most of his A division moments. And coming off the ice after a well-earned time. And now a couple of Dutchmen here in pair 3. Marcel Bosker. And Chris Huizinga, 27-year-old from the Netherlands. Current rank of 15.
Ready.
Actually, those classification rankings doing a bit of a disservice to each of these skaters because they're already folding in the B division points accumulated earlier today. So entering the 5K, Bosker and Huizinga 11 and 12 overall. Bo Snellick makes an appearance now up the steps into the infield to get ready. Bo will be in pair 7. So Bosker and Huizinga, we talked about it. Huizinga and his approach earlier in the World Cup season. 2 hands fixed on the back the entire race, something he adopted a couple of years ago. Found that he actually was faster late in the race by not using the one-arm pump or taking both hands off. Several other skaters have adopted that same style, but not Bosker, who was in the white armband behind him. 4 Dutch coaches on the ice. This is where they held their national championships a couple of weeks ago. Huizinga did not appear in Poland. He took last week off. Bosker finished 12th. Huizinga on the right side of your screen. Across the 1400 mark, 29.24. Solid lap time for Chris. Collected a half second on Bosker in that 400. Semeruni, the front half of his race, 29 flat or faster. We'll see where Heisinger is at the 800-meter mark, 29.1. 29.88 for Bosker. So Heisinger going out far quicker than Bosker is in the first half of this 5K. And looks under control. And there is your World Cup classification leader, Giotto. Stretching the legs, jogging, trying to get ready. He'll be coming up in pair 6. This is pair number 3. .39.38 for Heisinger on that pass lap. And there is the other competitor. Second place, Sander Eitram checking in. He knows what he needs. He needs a win. He'll be in pair 7 opposite of Snelling. I mean, that is the story within the story in this men's 5K. Everything else is window dressing. And there they are. How about that? Sportsmanship, fist bump. Good luck. Tell you what, this is my last event in this ISU calendar season. First off, thanks to all of you watching and listening. My personal thanks go out to the ISU and to all of the great production workers, the camera operators, the graphics people, everyone who brings all these events on basically a weekly basis to the thousands of fans around the world. I couldn't be more humbled to work with them, and they're getting some great personal, intimate shots of these skaters, and they are giving you the drama that is the final World Cup event here in this season. I will not be on the World Championships in a couple of weeks. I'll be heading to Italy myself next Friday for the Special Olympics World Games broadcast for ESPN. So good luck to all these competitors and enjoy those broadcasts coming up in a couple of weeks from Hamar. The fans are really getting underneath Chris Heisinger. And we'll check the comparative splits with Semeruni and see how Heisinger ranks. 3 laps to go. Heisinger now is in the green for the first time at 28.72. He's almost a half second clear and gets the word from his coaching staff there. And it barely looks like Heisinger is breaking a sweat. And those arms have not moved from that position on his lower back since the race began. 2 laps left. The lead grows. Almost 2 seconds in front. And this is a good looking effort for Chris Heisinger. Again, came in ranked 12th, personal best of 6:06.72. And he's probably not going to give that a run, but at 28.91, tell you what, with another 28 mid, 28 high, he'll be close to a personal best here. And he's throwing down one of his best times ever. Coming around the last corner. Let's let the crowd here in Heerenveen bring him home. He has earned it. There it is, 6:08.07. That's a big number for Heisinger. 6:08.07. Takes down Semeruni's time by over 5 seconds. Now it looks like he's taking a breath. On the ice, it looked like he was calm, collected, breathing easily. Crosses the line, zipper comes down. You see the gasping of air into the lungs as that lactic acid builds up over the 5K. Oh, how about that encouragement? Yes. Nice big ovation for Huizinga. 6:08:07. Pair 4. Miguel Malafate of Italy.
To the start.
A couple of 7th place finishes in the distance this year, including last week in Poland. And here's the mass start 2-time gold medalist of this year, Timothy Lubineau of France, who has worked himself out of the B division at the distances this year to get to the A draw. 4th place finish last week in Poland for Lubineau. He had a 2nd place finish in Nagano in the Bs. 2nd place finish in Calgary at the 10K in the B division to earn his promotion. We will see Lubineau. He will be in a fight for the World Cup classification title in the mass start coming up tomorrow. That's up for grabs. The top 5, all of them have a chance. Bart Houlwerf right now is leading, but Bart swings. Stefano, Andre Giovannini, and Lubineau all with a shot at the mass start World Cup title tomorrow. Lubineau 29:10 on his 2nd full lap. Lubineau came out to the speed skating world in Nagano by winning the mass start over Di Stefano and Houlwerf. Houlwerf then won in Beijing, but Lubineau picked up a 2nd goal, this one in Calgary. We saw Lee with a return to the past last week, winning the mass start in Poland. Meter split at 29:33 for Lubineau. Malafate 29.22. Track record set by Patrick Roos about 3.5 years ago, 6:04:36. $29.75 for Lubineau. Malafate right alongside at 29.8. Here's Ted Jan. Socks are in place. Boots are on. Ted Jan Bloemen on deck in pair 5. Lubineau 29.29, picks up a little bit of time compared to Huizinga's lap. He's inside a 2nd behind. Lubineau, similar style a la Huizinga. 2 arms behind the back. See if that continues through the duration of this race. Giotto preparing as well. Moments away from everything being on the line here in the men's 5K and the men's distance classification World Cup title. Last bit of, it's all mental preparation now for Giotto and Eitram. Lubineau 29.41, 4 laps to go. Lost a little bit of time compared to our leader, Huizinga. See Giotto about to head on to the to the ice to get a little bit of workout in before he gets ready to go. Thin margin, only 6 points. Meanwhile, back on the ice, Lubino 29-6. Not really putting together the big run that he needs to take a shot at Heisinger's time of 6:08:07. A 30 flat for Lubino. Now he's a solid 3.5 seconds off. So Heisinger is going to be safe halfway through the field. And approaching now the last lap for Timothy Lubino. And Lubino lumbers across in 30.44. Now 5 seconds off of the pace, and that tongue is hanging. Heisinger is going to be safe for one more pair. And now both arms do come off the back, right? Trying to hold that left arm in place, grimacing through the last corner. And Lubino is going to come across a bit slowly. 6:14.86. Gave it a run, but the last 3 to 4 laps took Lubino out of contention for the early lead. Malfate 6:19.49. So Chris Heisinger halfway through the field in front. Competitive time, 6:08:07, no doubt. So now we move to pair 5. And we will see Bart Swings try to take down Heisinger's time, 6:08:07. Bart Swings, world champion, Olympic champion. We'll see him battle for the mass start classification title coming up tomorrow. And Ted-Jan Blumen with strong ties to the kingdom. And my favorite sock man on tour. Covered up now by his Canadian boots. The 38-year-old giving it a run. Ted-Jan ranked 8th, Swings 7th. Neither has been on a podium yet this year in the distance. A little quick fix of the helmet by Ted-Jan out of that corner. See what happened on this first corner. Watch that right hand go up to the back of the helmet. Had to just make sure it wasn't going to slip off out of range. Again, great work by our camera crew, producer, director. The countless hours and devotion that they put together to bring all these events to you on a weekly basis. I cannot thank them enough from halfway across the world. Opening laps in the high 29s for Swings and Ted-Jan Blumen. Again, Giotto on deck with a 6-point lead. Eitram will follow. And a look at Bart Swings. Well, the fans have been a pleasure to watch and listen to so far this weekend as well. I mean, they are full-throated support for all the Dutch skaters, but very solid support for everybody else. And they love Ted-Jan Blumen here in the Netherlands. Bart Swings with amazing accolades over the course of his career. There's a young Ted-Jan fan in the very first row. hear the coaching staff saying, hold it, so they like the times right where they are. I believe that was Swings coach. Ted Jan to the line at the 1800 mark, 8 laps to go, 29.44 for Ted Jan. Certainly very capable at this 5,000, but then you expand out to the 10K. That's where he has really made his mark in this sport over the years. One of the finest long distance skaters over the last 10 to 15 years now. And a 29.57 for Ted Jan Bloemen. About 2.25 seconds off the pace of Heising at this stage. And Heising coming home. 3 of his last 4 laps were sub 29s, and a couple were 29 mids. And Ted Jan has been kind of safely in that 29.4, 29.5 range. He'll need to pick up the pace here to give it a run against Heising, especially the back half of this race. And you can hear it in the background, Ted. Here we go now. Kick it in gear. There is Lubino. 4th position right now for the Frenchman. 29.48 again, very consistent, but not really picking up any ground at this stage. 3 pairs to go. And you can hear the coaching staff again. Different words of encouragement. Turn it on, they said on that pass for Ted Jan. He's trying to keep him engaged, let him know he's where he needs to be, and where the time he can make up. 4 laps to come as Bloemen crosses the line. A 29.52. So again, he's right at that 29.4, 29.5 basically every lap. 3 seconds clear of Swings in this pair. A couple of things I would love to see to enhance these broadcasts over the years. One would be if we could get a headset down on the ice to get a quick word with some of the winners as they come off of the ice when the event is over. But I would also really be interested in maybe miking up some of these coaches when they're on the ice. I'm not sure that's even going to be feasible or possible, but it'd be really interesting to kind of hear them live to their skaters when they're on the ice competing. We can hear it faintly and read some lips or catch it in the background. 2 laps to come for Ted Jan, a 29.79, so slowing down a bit, and he's now better than 5 seconds off of the time by Heising. Now for Davide Giotto, he and Sander Eitram are in full focus mode. We will see Giotto try to win the World Cup title, or will it be Eitram? That will all be resolved in the next 15 minutes. The bell lap for Swings and Bloemen. So the 38-year-old whose socks gave you a lens into his inner soul, continuing to churn away on the ice. And Ted Jan will win the pair with Bard Swings and finish in 6:14.35. 4th position with 3 pairs to go. Swings a 6:20.67. So Heising his time, still on top. So as Swings and Bloemen leave the ice, this is now what these fans in the 5K, really with no skin in the game in terms of the Netherlands having a chance to win the World Cup title. Snellick will be the highest rated Dutch skater. He's third, and he has no chance to win it. But now, the vested interest simply for these two, Davide Giotto and Graham Fish of Canada in pair 6. And there's Tedjan. I think he'll maybe lose a contact lens. That might have been what the issue was early in the race. So here we go. Davide Giotto, 6 points up on Sander Eitram, the world number 1, who has been no worse than silver in all 5 of the distance events this year. 2 golds, 3 silvers, a world record that he set in Calgary in the 10K. And Giotto wanted to set the pace today. When he read some of the quotes leading up to this event this weekend, he was hoping that he would not be paired with Eitram. He was also hoping that he would race before Eitram does. Each of those has come true. So Giotto will race in pair 6. Eitram will be next. And Giotto is going to lay down the time. He is 6 points up in the standings. 60 points to the winner, 54 to second. So there is a possibility of a tie. And again, the World Cup classification title would then be awarded to the man who wins the most golds. And Eitram has won 3 golds. Giotto has won 2. So if Eitram wins it, by virtue of that tiebreaker, he would win the title with 4 golds to Giotto's 2. So Giotto he controls his own destiny if he wins this outright. And he's underway. Second full lap for Giotto, 29.4 after a 28.7. And we won't lose sight of Heisinga's exemplary time, 6:08.07. Giotto, he is as clockwork as they come in terms of tempo, tenor, lap time consistency. We saw that to the nth degree in his world record that he set up in Calgary earlier in the World Cup season. I mean, this guy could time a minute to the thousandth of a second in his head, I would imagine. A 29.52 for Giotto. Giotto won the 5K in Nagano. Eitram won the 5K in Beijing. Giotto took the 10K in Calgary. That was the world record. Eitram finished bronze. Eitram got the better of Giotto in Milwaukee in the 5K and also took care of Giotto in the 5K last week in Poland. There is Sander. Looking at the clock, staying loose. I mean, he's already calculating in his head where Giotto's lap times are and probably recalibrating in his head what he now needs to outdo Giotto. That is the advantage of going last when it's a heads-up match, pair versus pair. A 29.72 for Giotto. These are not blistering times by Giotto. I mean, he's right now better than a second off the pace set by Heisinga. And this is not looking like the David Giotto that we are used to seeing. And he is now better than halfway through this race, and Davide is going to need to turn it on, a 29.72. And that is not in range of where he needs to be. So Giotto getting the urging from his coaching staff. He is opening the door wide open for Sander Eitram in the next pair to win the World Cup title. I mean, Giotto is going to need to floor it now. Let's check this lap time with 4 laps to go. If it's still in that 29.7 range, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. A 29.93 for Giotto. I mean, this is not the Davide that we've seen all year long. And Giotto is in dire straits with 3 laps to come. And where is Giotto at the end of that 400 meters? He's over 30, and he is partying the Red Sea for Sander Eitram to win the World Cup classification title. Because Giotto is not even looking like he's going to finish top 5 here. And it may just be one of those days, perhaps not feeling well. But this is not the Giotto that we have seen all year long. Convincingly winning this pair with Fish. But there's another 30 plus for Giotto. And this is extraordinarily atypical. And if you're Sander Eitram right now and he just passed on the infield going the other direction, he just needs to skate his race. An average race will win it. And the title for the Norwegian. And for all the build-up, Davide Giotto hears the bell, and it's a depressing bell right now for him. A 30.74 lap, and this just has not looked like the Davide Giotto right from the opening lap. And what we thought was going to be a race down to the wire involving Giotto and Eitram. Now again, we don't know what Eitram physical condition is. But clearly Giotto well off form today, and this is a stunning finish for Giotto. 6:17.47, 9.5 seconds off of Heisinga's time. And a dumbfounded look for his Italian coach, and it just was not Davide Giotto's day. So Heisinga remains on top. 2 pairs to go. And for the buildup of Giotto and Eitram coming in, Giotto had a 6-point lead. He could have really ill afforded a second place finish, had to win it to guarantee that he would get it, unless Eitram did not finish second. But now, the doors have been blown off by that Giotto time of 6:17. And here's Bo Snellick, who will skate opposite of Sander Eitram here in pair 7. And the World Cup title is in the palm of the hands of the Norwegian Sander Eitram.
Ready.
And a little wobble there by Eitram. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Those knees wobbled. And the only thing that could prevent Eitram from winning the World Cup classification title would be a DQ. Suddenly, there's drama. And if I'm Eitram, I'm waiting for the gun, and I'm getting going a clear half second after I hear it. Too much at risk.
Ready.
And it is a clean start for Eitram. That's about all he needs. As long as he is true to his form, you are looking at the World Cup classification champion. Because Davide Giotto came up with an absolutely suboptimal performance in this final World Cup event. But it's a big but. We don't know where Eitram is physically, because clearly Giotto wasn't anywhere close to his top form. Is Eitram? If he is, this one's over. And Eitram breaks out in 28.46, his first full lap. You go back across the World Cup season. He took bronze in Nagano, Giotto won that one. Snellick, his pair mate today, finished silver. Eitram then got on top of the podium in Beijing. Giotto was silver, Snellick was bronze. And then in Calgary, Eitram a bronze in the 10K. Giotto won it. And then back-to-back long-distance wins for Eitram in Milwaukee and last week in Poland. And Eitram a 28.66. And again now with that finish by Giotto, and again at best Giotto finishes, what, probably 12th? Eitram doesn't even necessarily need to win this race. So that's clearly what his goal is. A 29.03 for Eitram. And there's Giotto with the debriefing, and he does not look pleased. Fiery conversation on the infield for Giotto. So here's Eitram gliding forward with 8 laps to go, coming to the 1800. He's at 29.10. And that number right now is faster than the field. One pair left to go, and it's going to be an interesting one with Gilek and Casey Dawson. Dawson has shown some signs for the U.S., and Gilek is one of the absolute best up-and-coming long-distance skaters. He's only 18. We'll see him in the final pair against Dawson of the United States. And don't be surprised if Gilek really sells out and he makes a run at winning this World Cup event here in the Netherlands. Eitram at 28.88. I mean, he's picking up about a half second every lap on what Giotto did. I mean, the form looks plenty good for Eitram at this early stage. He's right now on top of the time set out by Huizinga, which still stands at 6:08.07. And a 29.14 for Eitram, still plenty good. And Eitram in control. We'll wait to hear post-race for some quotes from Davide Giotto on what was happening with his race physically. I would imagine an issue, but nowhere near. There's a shadow of himself. Eitram at 29.26. Second and a half clear. Three podium finishes for Snellick, plus a 4th place finish. He's been right around the podium all season long. Trying to set things up for a late chase of Sander Eitram at 29.37. Eitram is doing what he needs to do and then some. He's claimed 3 World Cup golds at distance this year, trying to make it 4. And along with a World Cup classification title. The crowd roaring as Snellick is trying to make a move. 3 laps to come, but still a healthy margin for Eitram over Snellick. It's about almost a 2.5 second spread. Two laps remain for Sander Eitram. The Norwegian can taste it now. Hitting a bit of a wall, though. He's now short of Huizinga's time. 5:09.38. Again, just for good measure, Giotto finished in 6:17.47. About 9.5 seconds shy of Huizinga. Eitram laboring a bit. Snellick making a late move. And the bell lap for Sander Eitram. A 29.92. He's a second off the pace of Huizinga, but he is well in charge of a World Cup classification title. Snellick making one last push. Eitram laboring around the final corner with everything he has left. Snellick will finish on the inner. Sander Eitram had the seas parted by Giotto a moment ago, and he will walk through the dry land. Sander Eitram, a 6:10.10, good for second position in this event, and he will claim with that the World Cup classification title. It wasn't his best either, but it was far better than that of Davide Giotto. And a big ovation for Bo Snellick. And Chris Huizinga of the Netherlands still on top. One pair to go. So there's your World Cup classification champ, Sander Eitram. Final pair, Casey Dawson of the United States. Near a podium a couple of times here in the distance, a fourth and a fifth. Comes in rank number 4. And there's Miloš Žilek, the 18-year-old phenom from the Czech Republic. Started the year in the B division. He won Nagano. And he has been on a World Cup podium a couple of times this year.
Ready.
Žilek silver in Calgary in the 10K behind Giotto. Bronze last week in the 5K. Who knows? Maybe this is his time. That's a tough time to beat, though. 6:08.07. Still a time to beat for Huizinga, who, by the way, has never won a World Cup individual gold medal. He was part of a team pursuit gold right here in Heerenveen 4 years ago in the team pursuit. He won a bronze in the team pursuit at the Euro Single Distance Championships last year. And Chris Huizinga, the 27-year-old from the Netherlands, out of pair 3, still your leader. Final pair, Eitram and Giotto have already skated. Now let's check out Žilek and Dawson. Žilek goes out 28.55 in his first full lap. I mean, the sky is the limit for this Czech Republic team. There's no question about it. Final World Cup event, final pair. Eitram and Giotto are not at the top of the table. Dude, Žilek, you may just absolutely sell out here to try and go for it, go for broke, and try and take it away from Huizinga. That's now the storyline. There's Casey Dawson. Very consistent at the long distances this year for the American. 5 top 8 finishes. Finished 5th last week in Poland. And Žilek, yes, going out hard, 28.68. He's now in the green by about a half second. Žilek, promising start, 28.9. Žilek, just 18 years of age. Perhaps this is his time to get on top of a World Cup podium at just 18. Angel Dalaman, the 17-year-old Dutch on the women's side. A couple of podiums this year. Bright, bright future. Same for Žilek. And things need to fall right? The dominoes need to fall in the right direction to present an opportunity to do something special when you're that young. And maybe today is that day Fometez Gilek. And Gilek, 29-38. A second to the good. Dawson 4 seconds off the pace as Giotto packs up. Gilek born in June of 2006. And right now he's on the cusp. He's on the cusp of a World Cup title here in the final event of the season. I mean, we know he has the staying power from those long distance races. He finished silver to Giotto in Calgary in the 10K, and that was the day that Giotto obliterated the world record. Gilek finished second. So you don't expect a whole lot of fade down the stretch from this teenager from the Czech Republic. And still looking good, but the margin is thinning for Gilek. One way or another, it's going to be a first ever individual gold World Cup medal for either Chris Huizinga of the Netherlands or this Czech team. Fometez Gilek. 3 laps to go. Is Gilek still in the green? 30.1. And Gilek fading. And the Dutch fans may celebrate one more World Cup gold. And yes, here comes Huizinga up the stairs. How am I looking? What's the time looking like? I'm sure he was watching down below. He's in range for his first ever World Cup title. Unless Gilek can absolutely turn things around here. A 30.42, and he falls further off the pace. A glance at the time, and Gilek does not appear as though he's going to get it done. And maybe inside, the celebration is beginning. There's Ted Jan saying, congratulations, my friend. You're on the verge. And he is. Final lap. And Gilek well off of the pace. And the Dutch fans trying to cheer Gilek across, but they know what's about to happen in about 30 seconds. The 27-year-old Dutchman, Chris Huizinga, never on a World Cup podium gold medal, is seconds away from an absolute dream-making day. Dawson is going to win this pair for the U.S. Gilek finishes 8th. And the 27-year-old from the Netherlands, Chris Huizinga, for the first time ever in his career, is a World Cup champion, and it occurs on his home ice. And meanwhile, Davide Giotto is still on fire on the infield. He came in with a 6-point lead for the classification title. And it was a performance that nobody expected to see. I mean, physically he looks fine, right? He's fired up about something. Curious to find out post-race what it is. But something clearly majorly bothering Giotto. So Sander Eitram is your classification World Cup champ in 2025. Eitram will take silver behind Huizinga today. Bo Snellick will be on the podium. And there is the winner today and the overall classification winner shaking hands. Special, special moment for both. And the final results from today's event, Huizinga 6:08.07. Better than 2 seconds faster than Eitram. Snellick the bronze. Cimarroni finishing 4th. And where is Giotto on the standings? You have to scroll all the way down to 12th. 6:17.47 for Giotto. And the final World Cup standings. There you see Eitram started the day 6 points down, finishes 19 up. Your classification champion, Sander Eitram. Giotto second, Snellick third. And a great year for Casey Dawson of the U.S. He finishes fourth. So you hear the post-race interview with Chris Heisinger, winning his first ever World Cup gold medal. Congratulations to him. And there is Davide Giotto. He finished 20 minutes ago. He is still on fire. I don't know if it was equipment. I don't know if it was coaching. I don't know if it was something physical. But he's getting angrier and angrier as the minutes pass. But the result is in. So the Dutch fans celebrate Chris Heisinger, World Cup gold medalist for the first time in his career, taking on the men's 5K here on the Tee-Off Ice Arena venue. Another banner day for the Dutch, right? Jan de Bo wins his second gold of the weekend. Femke Kok took the 500 yesterday. Jutta Leerdam wins the 1,000 today. Julia Bune won the 1,500 yesterday. The women's 3,000 went to Weekland. Bune took silver. One more day left in the World Cup season, then on to the World Championships in a couple of weeks in Norway. Tomorrow's slate looks like this. We will begin our broadcast with the women's and men's team pursuit. Then the women's and men's 500 meters. We do expect to see Jordan Stolz race, even though he withdrew earlier today in the 1,000. Then the women's and men's mass start. That will be huge. Will Gronewood win for the 5th time? And what will happen on the men's side? 5 skaters all have a chance to win the World Cup title. And then we will conclude tomorrow with the mixed relay. So if you're watching in the United States, in North America, around the world, stay tuned. The victory ceremonies are on the way. And day 3, final day from Heerenveen of the Netherlands tomorrow. For the last time for me, for all of our great crew at the ISU, thank you to all of the production staff, the producers, the directors, the cameramen, the audio operators. Thanks to our third-party vendor, Spalt, for bringing the production suite to us. And for all my commentating colleagues, Patrick Keenis saying, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy day 3 tomorrow in Heerenveen. Thanks for watching. So long, everyone.
ik snap dat ze er echt heel veel zin in heeft. En wat mij ook eigenlijk best wel verbaasde, het was een super goede weekend, maar in de tijd.
Ja, het is echt wel een heel stuk beter dan op het NK. En ja, elke race gaat eigenlijk steeds beter. Dus ja, ik hoop straks op de WK op mijn allerbeste te zijn.
Succes en Tian, jullie kunnen al heel hard schreeuwen en nu mag je echt nog even een heel groot applaus voor Joy.
Sounds of our local heroes of the Harris House. We go over to the next ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Eyes towards the stage. Volgende ceremonie, grote collega. This is the overall World Cup ceremony for the ISU World Cup Speed Skating 2025 long distance. In third place, with a total of 264 points, representing the Netherlands, hier is er nog een keertje op, hier is Joy Bernard! The trophies will be presented by Mr. Sergio Magazine, representative of the ISU. The flowers will be presented by Mr. Jeroen Kraai, Commercial Director of the Royal Dutch Skating Federation. Voorbereid, Tian Nederland. In second place, with a total of 269 points, representing l'Italia, Francesca Lollobrigida.
prize-giving ceremony, ISU World Cup Speed Skating Heerenveen 2025 5,000 meters men. In third place, with a time of 6:10:34, representing the Netherlands, Tiel laten horen voor Bo Snelling! The medals will be presented again by Mr. Sergio Anti, the representative of the ISU. And the local gifts will be presented by Mr. Jeroen Kraai, the commercial director of the Royal Dutch Skating Federation. And then in second place, with a time of 6:10.10, he represents Norway. It's Sander Eikeren! And then in first place and winner of this 5,000 meters men, with a time of 6:08:07, Tiel, het is zijn eerste World Cup overwinning, dus laat het dak maar extra trillen, want hier is Chris Huizinga! Give them one more big applause, Tiel. Our top three of this 5,000 meter men. Third place, Bo Snelling. Second, Sander Eikeren. En onze winnaar, Chris Huizinga.
For something good. Something good. For something good. Something good. For something good.
gentlemen, the overall World Cup ceremony of the ISU World Cup Speed Skating 2025 5,000 meters men. In third place, with a total of 241 points, representing the Netherlands, Bo Snelling! The trophies will be presented by Mr. Samuel Alesi, the representative of the ISU. And for the final time of today, the flowers will be presented by Mr. Jeroen Kraai, Commercial Director of the Royal Dutch Skating Federation. And then, in second place, with a total of 311 points, he represents Italy, Davide Giotto! In first place and winner of the overall World Cup, with a total of 330 points, he represents Norway. He is Sander Eikeren!
For something good.